Whoa, what's going on? Thank you for the follows, everybody. Getting them basically by the minute here somehow. I hope you're not all bots. Chalet Austin B0A. Elaine Grantley B0. Well, I'm afraid you might all be bots. Priscilla Barbanek. SVR Rudo. SVR Rudo FIB. The Dolor Camia X7Z in Laquin TA90. Hey, these don't seem like real people. Charlie Pink, Hancoin BWB, Bonnie Delsey. None of you look real. Let me know if you're real by chatting. None of you are chatting, you must be bots. That's unfortunate. Because that would be a huge boost if you're real. If you're real, please chat so that I can know. I believe as far as bots go, those get removed automatically by Twitch. So my follow count is going to go down from 45 back to 20 very, very quickly. And I'm also only showing one viewer on Twitch. Alright, how you doing, internet? I'm B-Nuts. Good morning and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing a bit of a switch up, but I'm going to pose to you a question. So first of all, let's go over to the game. So if you were put in a position where you had to command a ship, who would you want to be serving on it? But let's take a slightly different tack and say that the ship you're given, no one really knows what's going to happen with it. There's some tech which could conflict, it's experimental, and let's just say that there are some unpredictable factors here. So in Star Trek Online recently, there's some more conflict with the Mirror Universe's Terran Empire. And they developed a version of the not necessarily this one, it's the Riff version of the Odyssey, but as you can see, they tacked on a tactical pod, but it also has a spinal phaser system, similar to the one the Galaxy X Enterprise D had in not Best of Both Worlds, but all Good Things. And you can kind of sort of see it on the saucer section there on the underside. Maybe if I take off the visual shield, maybe it will become more visible. You can kind of see the red of it there. it is not terribly visible in this light. And unfortunately, I left my medical vanity shield on another of my ships. Well, I'm going to put this one back on. It actually makes it more visible than it is right now. But let's say, for example, that the tactic pod came off the Near Enterprise F and the spinal phaser is from another Lexington class, which was majorly damaged, and then the Starfleet Corps of Engineers took the two parts and refurbished them with the standard parts that they had in Starfleet. Now, who would you want serving under you if you were given command of such a ship? That is the question that I would like to address today. And let's go on to the bridge for the next section. But as well, on top of that, well, recently, one of the news sector did a little bit of a contest where they pitted two Star Trek characters at a time against each other. And it was, if I can find it, IGN who did it. Yeah. So I'm going to go through this and then add whoever in. And I also have this open, although it's not everybody. So we'll slot them in to their different sections if I will take them. And I've added as well. Tactical is also separated in command and operations. Engineering also has security because they're the orange shoulders. Science has medical. I've added civilians for people like Neelix and Guinan, who aren't necessarily in. And Academy, if I feel like after a few years they would be pretty promising. This one doesn't have everybody though, so I have added a notepad on the side so that I can accommodate them. And we can take ourselves to our bridge. And as you can see, there's a transporter right here. Oh wait, I guess you can't see because I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. So we are now on the bridge of my ship. And we are going to be figuring out who I can have fill up the slots of these officers here. This technically isn't an Odyssey ship bridge. It is in the game selection screen. It belongs to the Aquarius, which is a smaller ship. It's also attached to the rear of the Odyssey and its variants, which is kind of... So we have the electronic blue screen back here. We have a window up front here. And as you saw, stairs that leads to yet another section of the bridge down here, where you see even more officers and stations. In another window. So we have a lot of stations to fill on a ship like this. It is one of the larger ones, but we shall do our best, most certainly. So let's take a seat in our captain's chair. And then we will see who we will put in. And since the audio has cut back out, I will... I didn't want that. I wanted the music back. But more in the background. There we go. Let's go over here into their little survey thing and begin. So, first of all, Jenkins Pod from Prodigy, who out of 26,408 duels that he had, won only 13.2%. And it has all of the stats there for you. So, kind of good to have that in there as well. As far as I know, Jancom is more of a mechanical engineer, but within a mine, not a starship. But I think give him a few years and he'll do just fine. And in general, I think the same thing of a lot of Prodigy's cast. They're younger, less experienced, so give them some experience. And I think that they would do just fine. So I'm going to pop up my notepad and add Jenkins Pod from Prodigy to the Academy. And let's go up a bit, and we have Dalrell, also from Prodigy. He's the kid who decided to take the USS... No, it's not called a Prodigy, Protostar. And he's the one who decided that he would be the commander. But he doesn't have any real experience either. I think in general it's safe to say that a lot of the Prodigy cast are like that. So I am going to put him under Jenkins Pod only because his attitude could use some adjustment. He needs to learn how to be a proper commander. And I don't think anyone from Prodigy is on this list. So I am going to continue on kind of like that. That is the correct window. Anyway. Next is Murph, also from Prodigy. The reveal does prove that the gooier people can serve on a starship. However, Murph is more like a child in intellect, I believe. So I don't think he, she, whatever identifies that would be very good as an officer. Even in the future, I'm not really sure. I don't really know that much about them, but I'll take a pass for now. Next is Rockjack, also from Prodigy. Very curious, also childlike, but the fact that you can communicate with them helps a lot. So I would say a welcome cadet, perhaps even more so than Janko. So I am going to put him here. So far so good. Next we have Eric's from the animated series. I haven't actually watched this. I don't know much about them myself, but I looked him up on Memory Alpha. So he's in operations. He's pretty capable and also pretty chill, just the sort of person you would want. Now, is he here? I don't actually see anyone animated here. Not from Prodigy, not from the animated series, and not from Lower Decks, which I call Lesser Decks because I don't really like the attitudes of the characters there. So as far as Eric's goes, I can't actually see my stream screen at the same time as this. I am periodically going to check back. But I need to go to the browser. So Eric's, I am going to put here. Just in case I forget who they are, I'm also putting where they come from. Zero from Prodigy, I really don't know a lot about you at all. I think they're an energy life form, and the suit is more a containment thing. But I don't really know a lot about them to be able to place them. Doesn't mean that they can't serve. So just like the others, I'm going to put them in the Academy section, but I think above down, because I don't think they have the attitude problem. Next is Adira Tao from Discovery. I haven't watched Discovery past season 1 and have no desire to. So all I know about them is that the gender tag is very important to them. They have a genius level intellect, enough to, I guess, have made Tilly feel redundant, which is a bad thing. And so I'm gonna have to say pass. But again, I don't know enough about Adira to be able to tell whether or not they would be a good officer. Gwyn from Prodigy. Daughter or clone, I guess, of the big bad, which would make her loyalty questionable at best. I can't scroll. And I click and hold, but it's not doing it. I feel like she'd just as soon kill crew or steal the ship as follow orders. So I'll take a pass with her, just straight off. Ress, also from the animated series, and she's in communications. She takes over often when Uhura isn't around, but she also does some science stuff. And just in case you think she's just a cute person, being a Katian with a mane like that, she does have enough of an attitude to be able to stick up for herself. I think she's also the first time a Katian had appeared in Star Trek. So I'm going to put her there. Next, Ash Tyler from Discovery. I think he's kind of a sleeper agent also for the Klingons. Good easy pass on him. Although Michael Burnham acted the most human when she was in a relationship with him, that's not enough of a reason to take such risks. So pass. Ilya. Don't really know that much about. How about we look around? Memory Alpha Ilya. Even the same picture. Why is there this huge thing there? Lieutenant Ilya was a female Deltan Starfleet officer in the 23rd century, the navigation helm branch of the command division. In the mid-2270s, she served aboard the Enterprise under the command of Captain Kirk. Years before assignment, she had been involved with Will Decker, home planet. In the aftermath aftermath of the attack by Vajir on the Enterprise, she soothed the nerves in Pavel Chekhov's hands and wrists before Christine Chapel tended him. Although Ilya was killed by the Vajir probe, Vajir created another probe that was artificial, near duplicate of her, to collect information and act as a liaison between Vajir and the carbon units that infested the Enterprise. The probe mentioned that the Ilya unit was no longer functioning. The duplicated Ilya probe was similar to Ilya down to the molecular structure, included both her memories and personality, though both suppressed by Vajir's programming. When Spock entered Vajir wearing a thruster suit, he saw a representative of Ilya floating in the expanse and attempting a monument. So Kirk listed Ilya and Wildecker as missing instead of killed. There's some background to her makeup, I guess. The Prime Universe Ilya resurfaces in Star Trek Online in Red Shift, released January this year. For the game's 12th anniversary, Ilya suddenly appeared in 2411 in the Epsilon sector. Before falling comatose, she was later transported to Jupiter Station, kept in stasis. Ilya appears to still be in the Vajir probe form, as the researchers comment on the advanced technology of her form, making Soong-type aliens crude by comparison. The Terran Empire sends a team, the mirror counterparts of Janeway, Sovietili, the Captain Kumarke, and the player character known as the Inquisitor, to claim Ilya as a prize for his yet unseen emperor. I'll keep the memory alpha thing open. I think Ilya might be a good person to have in a cancer role then, if she was able to sue Chekhov. I think she was here somewhere. I'm not seeing her. You'd figure she'd be pretty easy to pick up if she was here, considering she doesn't have any hair and she wears all light clothing. Well, I guess she isn't here after all. I just want to make sure before I move on. Okay, no, I don't see her. So I'm going to add Ilya to the civilian. Also remember, she's a lieutenant. Okay, Nan from Discovery. I don't know basically anything about her, I don't think. She might be the woman who was torturing the guy who was possessed by Control, in which case I would not want her aboard. She took a little bit too... She was a little too enthusiastic about the torture, and not a nice person, so I wouldn't want her on my crew. Dana from Lower Decks, the Chief Medical Officer of the Ceretos. No. I wouldn't want her because she violates standard protocol. You know, when Wemler was covered with the goop, she immediately swiped her finger through it, which was pretty much insane. At least, in my opinion. She could have been contaminated with anything, which is pretty much the risk that they took coming up from the planet in that same episode, I think, which infected the crew. So, pass. Also, just as a bit of a note on the side, my taste in ship more runs along the line of the smaller Manticore class. It's small, but powerful and fast. So, even though I've got a Lexington, and that's what they would be giving me in this command situation. This is more my speed, which is why I had the model printed before. But I think I showed it before. But in any case, I wanted to just do that again. So, back to the window. Shax, also from lower decks. He's the security officer aboard the Ceretos. He's a bit too aggressive. Not really the diplomatic type, but he can be good to have around sometimes, but not all the time. I mean, he does his job, but sometimes he's a bit too aggressive about it. No, that's a good guy, but so is the chief engineer aboard the Ceretos, but he's not here. I don't even know what his name is. And they were both pretty understanding when Rutherford wanted to try out different divisions, which was good. But otherwise, he's just too eager to throw a punch. Next is Jack Ransom, the first officer of the Ceretos, and I have big issues with him. Even though he had a point when they were captured by the Crystal people, he stabbed Beckett in the foot so that she wouldn't fight because he wanted to take responsibility for what had happened with the away team getting captured. But again, he was the one who allowed infection onto the ship in the first episode by not following standard procedures, even though the transporter should have something in there that allows for the disruption of exotic bacteria and such, so that people can't get sick aboard the ship, really. And he's taken other bad risks and made bad calls, such as when he suggested to the captain that the way they could keep Beckett more Rutherford from lower decks. He's definitely a people pleaser, but he's also extremely capable. And he's able to try out different tasks, although he didn't do too well on all of them. Though he is somewhat of a pushover, though, and that makes me think that he needs to relearn some stuff. So I am going to stick him back in the academy. I'll just note lower decks with an LD. Next is Hugh Culber from Discovery. And I can't help, although he's supposed to be this brilliant medical officer, I can't help having the image of him from the clip of him shouting and ranting at one of the droids, telling it basically not to do what it was programmed to do, and just being overall angry. And because he's emotionally unstable, I would have to say pass. Next is Booker. Also from Discovery, in case you didn't know. Although, I don't know why it doesn't put that. Because it puts that for everyone else. But he's basically more of a free agent, mercenary or scavenger, and a smuggler. He's more of a Han Solo before Han Solo met Leia and married her, at least in the EU. And I think he is what Beckett Mariner should be, because Mariner doesn't really fit with the Starfleet ideals, and so Book seems to do well in that. I think she could too, but we'll get back to Mariner later. I don't know if Book would make a good Starfleet Michael Burnham, so I'm going to maybe pass. let's get him into the academy section. From what I've seen, he takes some risks that I wouldn't like him to have taken, so that's fine. Next is Divina Attendee from Lower Decks, and she's definitely a people pleaser, but I'd like her to have some opinions of her own, more so than the one time I guess she was shown to have one, and it was a matter of Mariner being kind of racist and shoving her into the typical Oran box. She is fresh from the academy, but I think she needs to learn more about how to be more of a leader. So I'm gonna stick her in there as well with Rutherford. I mean, they both have possibilities, but they're not great. Goji Asha from Picard. Yes. I'm not sure if she knows what she wants to be, but at one time she was working with the synths and with the cybernetics who wanted to kill all life. And that's not a easy thing to get over. Plus, she's not really an officer at all. Brad Boimler from Lower Decks. Mostly, he does thrive under a Starfleet environment. And one of my favorite moments with him is in the episode when Mariner is nowhere near him, and so he can actually shine, and the captain has discovered buffer time and made everything on a schedule, but he thrives under such conditions and did very well. And even when the Crystal people invaded the ship and they were threatening him with spears, he's like, but I have a phaser. And he takes it out, which was pretty good. But the thing that works against him is that he's understanding orders by the captain to report anything unusual about anything that Mariner might do. That's against regulations, and he hasn't. That makes him an accomplice to everything Mariner has done, including what she did during the holodeck episode where she took over his program, and I'll get to that later. Boimler has possibilities. He can be a good officer, but is taking things wrong, especially when the captain promoted Mariner basically to make her life miserable, and he thought, oh, that's what I should do. I should act like her. That was an extremely bad read. So I'm going to have to put him back into the academy. He can be capable, but he has bad reads on situations. He does not follow a standing order, which is very important, especially as it can concern the safety and security of the ship on which he serves, which is very, very disappointing for me. So he needs to go back and learn a thing or two. It's also disappointing that in the series, even though in the season 1 finale he gets transferred to the Titan, they have to bring him back to the Ceretos so he can continue to be the series' butt monkey. But let's continue. Hawk. Lieutenant Hawk from First Contact. Don't know exactly why he's here. He's only in the one thing and he gets assimilated. But he does serve pretty well. It's just unfortunate that he gets assimilated. Is he in this thing? Probably not. Kind of sort of looks like him, but it's not him. He's a decent enough officer. Still, I do have some operations people. Let's put him there for now. And move on. Janice Rand from the original series. She's, I guess, such a fixture that she's part of the holographic bridge crew whom you can get. And I wonder, is she one of the ones that I have on my... Yeah, I do. So here she is in the game. She is... Oh, did I not promote her? Let's promote her. I have things there. Because I probably don't have her promoted because of I use other officers mostly, and I don't tend to use... Oh, but she's in the engineering section, so she's good. But there she is, and she has, according to here, Org Action, Expose, Engineering Lieutenant Commander, Arts, Engineering Commander 1. She basically got really good skills as well. Now, she doesn't have any... But she's included with the holographic bridge crew from TOS, which is pretty good. And the skills that she can have also are very good. So Janice Rand, I actually have her as part of my crew, even though I don't use her very much. No, she's someone who I can also count upon here. Rand. No. Fine, I'll put her into the notepad part. And she's engineering, but also operations, I think. Definitely added. Next, we have Holographic Janeway from Prodigy, who was easily hacked. So even though she has the experiences Janeway had at some point, it's confusing because she's wearing the Voyager uniform, but she doesn't have any pips on her for rank. Whereas if she was copied from the later Janeway, she would have the gray shoulders. But I'll pass because she was hacked so easily. And didn't really question the cadets. Valorous from the Undiscovered Country. What does she do? No. What can I see? Person. And he was mentored by Captain Spock at Starfleet Academy and became the first Falcon to graduate at the top of her class. Took an interesting career with satisfaction as she eventually attained the rank of lieutenant. He requested to be assigned to the Enterprise A upon learning their need for a helmsman. When Spock was impressed with her and informed her of his intentions to retire subsequent to the completion of their diplomatic mission, and of his desire that she should fulfill his role aboard the ship. She did not consider it logical to attempt peaceful interactions with the Klingon Empire, considering the Klingons untrustworthy. Before coming to the Enterprise, she committed to the Khidmer conspiracy on the Starfleet side. Upon establishing contact with the Chancellor's flagship, Kronos 1, Valerie suggested to Kirk the service of Romulan ale during a dinner during which the Enterprise crew was hosting for Chancellor Gorgon and his party. Placed under arrest for murder, Valerie supplied her compatriots in the Klingon Empire with a recording from Kirk's personal log. Conduct a search of evidence. Conspirator on the ship, she helped uncover a few facts in the boots that the assassins wore. Covertly, she also personally murdered Yeoman Burke and Samuel, her fellow conspirators and Gorgon's actual assassins, in an attempt to eliminate them as witnesses. Taken to the bridge and interrogated by Kirk and from the crew for the details, she refused to cooperate, instead appealing to Kirk's distrust of Klingon, who served as the primary watch helmsman during the historic voyage of Enterprise NX-01, holding the rank of ensign. We need early life. We need aboard the Enterprise. He befriended Malcolm Reed. Later he was part of a landing party looking for Kling. Reed and Mayweather were persuaded by a man who claimed that he had seen Kling to watch a pair of alien females performing with Butterfly. Started to move on the scene, soon left. How long is this? Longer than I have to read, anyway. I think he's a good person to have. Maybe I would have him as a relief helmsman, sort of. Which is ops, too. Getting out of there. Elnor isn't really an officer, and a bit too happy to use his blade for my taste. But he's at the academy, so he could learn. But we just don't know enough about him either. He could very well be a troubled young Romulan in the end, so we never know. Agnes Jurati, also from Picard. And considering she's not crew, was compromised by the Latvash, and very easily murdered a person past. Next is Mariner. Oy vey, Mariner. At first I thought she'd do well in a position like books, you know, merchant marine independent operator kind of thing. And then the episode where she took over Boimler's holodeck program came. And she was only too happy to carve a path of death and destruction through her entire crew, all to get violent with her mother, Captain. You get all that? Which, yeah, she needs to seek help. She's not an officer I would want on my ship. Nurse Chapel. The fact that she's worked well with someone who can be as cagey as McCoy speaks well, really well for her. So I'm definitely going to put Nurse Chapel here. I'm pretty sure Dr. Crusher would have issues with McCoy. But she worked with him. And I'm pretty sure she's in here somewhere. I can find her. Did you see that? It kind of looks like her, but I'd be unable to confirm. I don't want to misrepresent. But she's not wearing the medical. Maybe I should just stick with the notepad, because that's where I have so many of the others now. And then I can go through the ones who did not appear and add them. All stems from Discovery. As a mycologist, he's brilliant. He can sometimes be emotionally unstable. And I'm not really sure. Sometimes he's represented as not being comfortable with the way Starfleet operates, to the point where he might have quit. But he's still with the Discovery in the 32nd century, so it's a bit. But if you want someone who's an expert in mushrooms, in spore drives and all that, well, Stamets is your man. So I want to add him to my science crew. Don't say I never added anyone from the new track. Next is Kess. She assisted in medical, and she is kind of an assistant cook as well. But I think she got in the way more than she helped. Let's send her to the academy instead of, just outright rejecting her. Jet Reno from Discovery. She's got an extremely abrasive attitude, and I'm afraid she would cause too many conflicts to really be all that productive. So for that reason, pass. Also, she was one of the ones who was only too enthusiastic to do the torture thing. So again, pass. Sylvia Tilly, also from Discovery. She's kind of a difficult case to judge. In the first part of season 1, she was just fine. But after that, she became just as much of a jerk as everyone else, which is a pity because she was enthusiastic and optimistic and ready to change the galaxy in a positive way. She could have fit easily with any other crew. But she had to be with a crew of jerks. Early Sylvia only would I work with. So I'm going to specify its first half of season 1 Tilly. Raffia Massacre from Picard. Pass. Easy pass. Why? Because after Picard resigned, she basically fell apart. She was his first officer aboard the Verity. First officer is supposed to be able to operate and lead without the captain. But she fell apart. She blames him for everything bad that happened to her. When Picard was assimilated and became Locutus, Will Riker served admirably as the first officer. He did not fall apart. That is what you're supposed to do. What Spock did, that's what you're supposed to do. What Chekhov did, that's what you're supposed to do. Raffi is not officer material, and certainly not first officer. Pass. Number 1 from the original series, not sure what she did, but she must have served aboard the Enterprise well. Not the dog. Is it Juno? I guess that's the same person. Has the superior mind and would produce highly intelligent children, though she seems to lack emotion, is largely a pretense. She has often had fantasies involving you. Very resourceful. People have a tendency to look up owing for favors. Michael Burnham. Also known professionally as Number 1, was a female human Starfleet officer in the 23rd century. Since at least 2054, she served aboard the Enterprise as Pike's first officer, EOS the Cage, and Discovery. What's that game? When enlisted in Starfleet and was assigned to the command division aboard the Enterprise. Upon her assignment to the Enterprise, she witnessed a triple mode high amplitude Delta Squiggly star on her first cruise that took her within half a light year of 99 Pegasi. At his rank of lieutenant commander and was serving under the command of Captain Pike, who had been one of the ship's helmsmen. Una was his first officer. Greeted Ensign Spock, who joined the crew of the Enterprise after departing Starbase 40. She encouraged him to barrage her with questions, which he returned in kind. While talking, however, the two were trapped in the lift where they bonded. Not really. That was a strange one. Alice 4. She was one of the most experienced members of the crew, according to the Taliesin magistrate. Known as the Keeper, she had exceptional intelligence and rationality, while assuming lack of emotion was largely pretense, concealing fantasies involving Pike. With Pike kidnapped by the Talosians, Una led the efforts to rescue him, first by unsuccessfully attempting to use a laser cannon to blast open an entry, and then by using the transporter. She was kidnapped along with Yeoman Colt for the purpose of riding Pike with a mate with whom he could procreate. After this, Una set her laser pistol overload, telling the Keeper that it was wrong to keep a colony of humans as slaves and that they would rather die. This, combined with an examination of the Enterprise's historical record, convinced the Talosians humans' unique hatred of captivity made them non-viable subjects, and they were allowed to return to the Enterprise. And 13 years prior was transmitted from that planet during Spock's fictional court-martial aboard the same ship. Spock. Only voyages. You could enjoy the music of Gilbert and Sullivan when trapped in the turbolift. That's from the new stuff. His capacity for hearing out another point of view is exceeded only by his willingness to change his own once he's heard you out. Even though he is the most heavily decorated fighting captain in Starfleet, his views resorting to force end as a mission of failure, and 3, he is utterly unsentimental except when it comes to horses. It's also new stuff, I guess. And she sounds very capable. And a lot of silliness, I think, was added afterwards to the Discovery side, and this is the original version of her from the Cage. So I'm going to add her to command as the TOS version. Beluski. Somewhat too abrasive. She caught a lot of hatred for her treatment of Data. Her bedside manner, let's say, is significantly closer to Bones's than to Dr. Crusher's. And best person to have around. So pass. And here's Una from Discovering Strange New Worlds. I haven't really seen a lot about her, but I took the TOS version. Same person, basically. Jake Cisco? What's he doing here? He's not an officer, nor does he want to be. Do you know who wanted to be an officer, though, and isn't here? Nog. And that's why I am going to put Nog in here as well. Nog, the son of Rom and nephew of Quark, went to Cisco himself and asked to be given the opportunity to be made a Starfleet officer, to go to the Academy. And he impressed Cisco so much that Cisco actually allowed him to become a cadet. As Nog understands that there are certain qualities that can make one a good or bad Ferengi, being that you have to follow all of the tenets of Ferenginar if you want to be a good Ferengi, but he understood because of his father's example that you could be something else. Rom, for example, is an excellent engineer. He created the self-duplicating mines that helped protect DS9 and Bajor during the Dominion War. Nog felt his place was with Starfleet, and so he asked Commander Cisco, Captain Cisco, to help him to explore this opportunity. She did pretty well. In DS9, even he was put in a position where he was made an officer. I think it was aboard the Valiant with Red Squadron. And even though he could have just gone along with whatever made him claim the ranks, when the captain made a bad call, he helped to straighten things up. Nog is a very good person to have. In Star Trek Online, he's even a captain of the Chimera, the first version of this. So he did very well. Unfortunately, his actor did pass away, so we aren't going to see more of him. But he did extremely well. So I definitely want him as an officer. Now, let's see if it mentions... It probably would mention Red Squadron, wouldn't it? Grand. It says Odyssey, the first one. He visited Cisco's father. But he also served aboard the Defiant. So he is very impressive. Here. Suddenly they were beamed aboard the USS Valiant, a Divine-class starship, recognized the crew operating Valiant as a Red Squad, and a lead group of cadets from Starfleet Academy. The 20-year-old Captain Tim Waters told him that the rest of the crew had been killed, and that he intended to complete the Valiant's mission of gathering dead on a new Dominion battleship. Nog, a longtime admirer of Red Squad ever since his Academy days, was enthusiastic and joined the crew. He was given a field promotion to Lieutenant Commander and made Chief Engineer, where he adjusted the Valiant's warp capabilities, as he had seen O'Brien do in the Defiant. When Waters wanted to attack the battleship, Jake told Nog that it was a suicide mission, but Nog refused to listen. Waters overheard this conversation and had Jake confined to the brig. During the battle, the Valiant sustained heavy damage, and only Nog and Dorian Collins were left alive. They released Jake from the brig and used an escape pod to leave the Valiant before it exploded. They were picked up by the Defiant. Nog then returned the Red Squad insignia he had received to Collins. So sometimes he didn't make the best choices, but later he would grow out of it. and become a great commander. He's also a good engineer. Who do I have in engineering other than? I want to make a note that he is also a skilled engineer. Alright, moving on. Neelix. A cook with relaxing tastes, and also used sometimes as a diplomat, but he often makes bad choices, so I want to send him back to the academy. Or to the academy in the first place. So he can learn some things. But he's almost halfway up, which is pretty impressive. Porthos, his dog. It's cute, little pat. Should I have kind of a mascot? No, but we're looking at officers. So Porthos and Spot would definitely be welcome aboard my ship, but they wouldn't be able to serve as officers, obviously. Emperor Philippia Giorgio of the Mirror Universe. No, no, and no again. She's the Terran Emperor. What would I want with her, ever? I can read from Enterprise. Was he? No. He wasn't the helmsman. That was Travis Merriweather. Served as the armory officer, so he's weapons and tactical. Able to follow his family's tradition, decided to join Starfleet, like Picard after. Rather serious and traditional approach to his position as an officer, finding it, for instance, improper to socialize. Invited him to breakfast once, he felt rather awkward and uncomfortable, and as a result could not relax. Reed was recruited into Section 31 through the officer Harris. He was fresh officer and was excited to be in covert ops. However, he later left, so he thought, initially having no further contact until he was contacted again in 2154. Reed kept track of the number of planets he had stepped foot on, which had reached 32 with Mars in 2155. Was the senior armory officer aboard Enterprise, helped complete the ship's first mission, which was intervening in a Caliban plot post-Civil War. Master of adapting to difficult situations, in early battle during the mission on alien force attacked and attempted to capture the crew, drain them of their bodily fluid to eat. After Enterprise weapons failed to penetrate the enemy shield, he cooperated with an Axonar cargo ship to drive off the enemy. Out of the landing party that landed on Terra Nova, led a rescue team. He and Travis Mayweather became the first two humans to walk on the comet. He's easily adaptable. That's definitely a good person to have on your crew. Definitely have him over Hawk. And I guess the Red Alert was accidentally named after him. Gabriel Lorca from Discovery. The original or the Mirror Universe? Because the original version is quite compassionate, or at least he was, and he would never have left a crew behind. But we know more about the Mirror Universe of him. And if the original Lorca survived, we don't know what happened to him precisely. Yeah. But he was good enough to have the personal loyalty of his officers. Problem is all the other stuff. Pass for now. Cristobal Chris Rios from Picard. Considering he sheltered a criminal in a murder. Pass. Davik from the Wrath of Khan. Was she in the simulated Kobayashi Rule from the beginning? Lieutenant Junior grade. Davik. Who in the mid-2280s served aboard both the Enterprise and the Grissom. The note was her involvement with the failed Genesis program. Starfleet cadet, mentored by Spock, she underwent the Kobayashi Maru. Despite an in-depth awareness of Starfleet regulations, she chose to violate the Neutral Zone Treaty, venturing across the Klingon Neutral Zone in an attempt to rescue the freighter Kobayashi Maru, resulting in the simulated death of all other officers in the bridge simulator. It related to Admiral Kirk that she doubted the non-winnable simulation had been fair test of her command abilities, though Savick also conceded that she had not considered how possible such a situation was in reality. She was assigned aboard the Enterprise as navigator under Kirk, firstly as a training cruise, maturity terminated so the ship and crew would respond to the Genesis crisis. Savick was the highest-ranking cadet from a training crew on board the vessel, who occasionally occupied the ship's command chair, even permitted to supervise the vessel's departure from the space dock. She struggled to become acquainted with human personality traits and was inquisitive as to how Kirk had handled the Maru. On stage, she often quoted Starfleet regulation and was surprised by the way Kirk occasionally bent them. Rushing several of the commands he gave her, Savick's medal, respected officer of the line, was actually tested when the Enterprise was unexpectedly engaged in a drawn-out battle with a commandeered Reliant. Though she acquitted herself well under the stress of battle, she was admonished by Kirk that knowing regulations by heart was not enough, and that she still needed to learn why things work on the starship. A team member on a faraway mission. Amid the battle, Savick visited both the Regular 1 space station and the Genesis cave. It included that, as Kirk's method of beating the Maru had been to cheat the system, he had never faced death. Savick's mentor Spock was killed during the closing stages of the battle. During her Vulcan cynicism, Savick wept at Spock's. Despite her cynicism, she wept at his funeral. She was transferred to the Grissom, where she further studied the Genesis planet along with Kirk's son, David Marcus. They found the body of Captain Spock, who was believed lost. When Savick and David found him, Spock's regenerated body was psychologically that of a child, but he aged rapidly. Helped him through the agonies of Fanfar by mating with him. Afterwards, she and her companions were captured by Klingons. A detective welding Klingon officer attempted to murder Savick. Her life was saved by David, whose intervention in these circumstances resulted in being violently killed by the Klingons. Savick returned to Vulcan with the Enterprise crew to reintegrate Spock's Katra into his body. Saying to Kirk how his son had died bravely, saving her as well as Spock. He remained on Vulcan with Spock's mother, Amanda Grayson, when the Enterprise crew, together with Captain Spock, returned home for Earth. I think she's not very long-term. I mean, she was around for the movie. That was what her purpose was around. And she could be good in other capacities. For example, putting her into tactical. She underwent very stressful situation. So she could be someone who's good to have around. And it's not like I particularly have a lot of people who would be signed up. Flux from Enterprise. He's got a good bedside manner. He's done quite a lot. I would definitely be pleased to have him on my medical team. spot. Same kind of idea as Porthos. They're welcome. Michael Burnham from Discovery. I would not have her on my crew. Primarily because she learned kind of a non-communication style from her first captain. So she didn't really communicate well her intentions. She had good advice about insulting the Vulcans, about the Klingons, but then she went way off book. She also had poor ability to empathize with others, and later proved to be emotionally unstable, often crying. She would shove officers away from their consuls in order to do their jobs instead of them, as though she was always the best. And she was involved in many different incidents and conflicts. Some would say she started the Klingon War, and she's been involved in quite a few things since. Because she may not always follow orders, and she may take dangerous actions, unnecessary risks, I would have to say pass. Spock from Discovery and Strange New Worlds, I have to say, is too inexperienced, doesn't have enough knowledge. Pass. Chris Pike from the original series. Well, he's a captain, so he definitely command. Though I can't say I know how long he served, probably just in the cage. Oshisato Communications Science aboard the NX-01 Enterprise. I think she was science. Again, she did quite a bit, but given the technology she had at her disposal at the time, it's quite impressive what she was able to do. Wesley. Often maligned, he does have genius level intellect. But I think he was misused. That genius level intellect to make things, create things, and adapt things could have been more useful in engineering, and he often was there. So I think he could have served in engineering. But if he didn't want to be in Starfleet and he wanted to leave as he did in the show, I'd let him. Captain Felipe Giorgio from Discovery. Given her lack of communication in the opening in the pilot and her lack of understanding of Klingons and the fact that she refused the attempt to contact the Vulcans to get a better understanding of them, pass. Every Dax from Deep Space Nine. Or indeed any Dax. Definitely would want her. She has the experience of knowledge of the Dax symbiote, but she's more optimistic than Jadzia ever was. Helps that she's cute too. Saru from Discovery. He's a capable enough officer, but he doesn't get a lot of opportunities to show it. Especially in command, come to think of it, when he was more science. I'll put him in science. Give him an opportunity as But Tucker? Again, as with all the other Enterprise crew, he does a lot despite not having a lot at his disposal. That's just, I don't remember what division he was in. Again, that view. Commander Tucker, trip. Served for 10 years as the chief engineer and second officer of the Enterprise under the command of his best friend, Captain Archer. Self-taught, having learned engineering from working on boat engineering. I would say definitely a good person to have. So I'm starting to have enough engineers. Heck, it sounds like he might take Wesley's spot. Tasha Yar from the Next Generation. Interesting you may not know about Tasha is that she was hand-picked by Picard after she impressed him on her home planet by how street savvy and strong she is. You know, I'm definitely adding her to security, which doesn't have anyone yet. The main reason for her death in the show was because her actor Denise Crosby didn't like how her character was being treated, so she asked to leave, and they decided to kill her off. She did return, in some way, in yesterday's Enterprise, as an alternate timeline version of Tasha, and Denise Crosby herself returned to play Sela. Harry Kim from Voyager. He's taken a lot of risk, but I also think he has a bad rap. In Star Trek Online, he ends up being a captain of a ship, and so we know that he can go pretty far. But didn't really get much of an opportunity. Doing operations, or is he engineering? Ferris was the helmsman. I think he was he doing weapons? Believe. That's known for serving as operations officer. So operations is correct. Pavel Chekhov, Kelvin timeline version of him. Unfortunate that his actor also passed away in an accident. But Chekhov in here is a genius, similar to how Wesley was. But he didn't get that much of a chance to do stuff, did he? But lacking some of the experience and knowledge of the original version, and we didn't get to see all that much of him. So I'm not sure how much he's different from the TOS version of him. I think Kirk and Spock are the most changed. So as far as Calvin goes, we'll just keep them the same, I think. Same with Sulu. Apart from, I'm not sure the original version was gay, but this version we know is from, was it Beyond? Or Into Darkness? I think it was Beyond. Hura. I'll also wait for the TOS version of her to show up. I don't think she's that much changed. Ro Larn, also member of the Maquis, I think. But she did serve for a while, but they didn't know at the time, did they? Bass. Reginald Buckley. He's a brilliant engineer, but also somewhat neurotic. I think as long as you have someone to guide him, he can do extraordinary things. So I would add him. I think I have enough engineers. Okay, Chakotay, also a member of the Maquis, a capable commander. He does take risks, but he knows how to do them. And he served Janeway for 7 years of some very, very bad stuff. So I would add him. Pierce. Often the instigator of some very bad stuff, but he was also very innovative. He was responsible for the Air Shuttle or the Delta Flyer, or perhaps both. So he can be a good guy to have around. If you allow him the freedom to experiment in what he's trying to do, he can be a good person. But he does have some frictions when Starfleet regulations come into play. For Sprike, we already pretty much addressed. This version of him is a lot less experienced. Oh, Enterprise Science Division, I think, and First Officer. But somewhat too cute to the rules from what I could remember. Not really that I remember all that much. But she's a good person. I definitely wouldn't say pass to her. Let's actually look it up, because she's not wearing a uniform. And so she was the first Vulcan to serve aboard a human ship for any substantial period. Vulcan High Command resigned, United Earth Starfleet, rank of Commander for Software and Science Officer. Active in the 21st century. There should be a section on Enterprise. The commander acted as a chaperone. Definitely put her in science. That's what she did. Alright, moving on. The original Pavel Chekhov. I don't know why I have Travis something. Erickson Morass. I will move. There we go. Scotty from Kelvin Timeline knows a thing or two other Scotty doesn't, thanks to Prime Timeline Spock. And is a bit more stable. So I'll put him there. Scotty is always good to have. Also, Belana Torres, Chief Engineer aboard the Voyager. Also a number of tough stuff. What she out of the Maquia, I don't even remember. But a very good chief engineer, Jonathan Archer, commander of the Enterprise. Obviously, he would be great in command. Spock from the Kelvin timeline, definitely angrier than the original. Still capable, and he has some knowledge, but I think I would pass. Emotional. Tuvok security. He was also put in some difficult situations. Did I really go through all of the music already? Julian Bashir. Brilliant, but also somewhat compromised. Still, he's a good person to have. Let's put him in science, too. Rather than medical. Well, he is welcome there as well. I mean, both the X's in here work. He's not an officer, but he's good to have in a civilian capacity, because he knows a lot of stuff. He has a lot of connections, and he knows how to use his latinum. James T. Kirk, Kelvin timeline. I think I would put him not in command right away, but in tactical. He has a lot that he can learn before he takes command. Uhura from the original series. Definitely would want her. And she's acquitted herself well in the original series, making herself a major officer. Guinan. What would TNG have been without Guinan anyway? She always has sage advice. Let's put her there. The original Sulu, I honestly don't know what how different they are from the Kelvin versions of themselves. So I'm just going to take one version of them. Same with him. But it is interesting to see how they ranked. Here. He went from terrorist to commander and a very reliable person. Odo, Chief of Security aboard DS9, but as well one of the founders, and an extremely, extremely capable commander at that. Which is why I would put him in command of a ship, eventually. At rank 17 is Dr. Crusher. She's definitely got a good bedside manner. She cares about people quite a bit. In a lot of ways, she makes a better doctor than Bones did. Troy, she the only counselor who's here, well, not necessarily. That's what Ilya is here for. Although, Guinan, in a way, did more than Troy got up to. But I chalk that up to opportunity. If Deanna had been given more opportunity to serve as the heart of the Enterprise, I think she could have got given a lot more credit. And later on, she became a commissioned officer, so she could wear the uniform. Jadzia Dax at number 15. Definitely going to add her. Again, she has the experience and knowledge of the Dax symbiote, but she is more physically capable than Ezri because of the differences in their bodies. Physical difference. Always good to have. And the doctor. An EMH who was thrust into the position of chief when everyone else died. Perhaps not as good bedside manner as some of these, but he did quite a lot. And Voyager crew would not have survived without him. He also learned a lot, and his friendship with Seven of Nine was very important, both to them both as characters and to the story. Janeway, a capable commander under very difficult circumstances, but a lot of her decisions meant that the species that they encountered in the Delta Quadrant were left with very unfavorable impressions of Starfleet, shall we say. And there was a lot to clean up. This is addressed most in STO. So, yeah. I think that for this reason, we would have to... well, it might be that it was because of the circumstances that she made these hard decisions, and she was able to do so. But I think she could have done things better. You know, maybe after refresher, she could be better equipped. She's definitely a good person to have around, but I would have her as a teacher first. And then she can work her way back up to command. Yes, she is a good commander, but she did a lot of dangerous stuff, and she left a lot of people angry at Starfleet. The original Scotty. No. Buffer time, though. Did I put the... No, I didn't put... Did I put the Kelvin body somewhere? I'm pretty sure I did. I might have put him under the wrong section. Oh no, he's in engineering. I don't know why Janice is up there. Like I said before, I don't know particularly what she does, just that she's capable. Miles O'Brien. Also a miracle worker, probably even better than Scotty is. I'm gonna put 1-6, but he's number 11. Bones at number 10. We are finally in the top 10. And again, his bedside manner leaves something to be desired. So I would put him here. Benjamin Cisco. He is an excellent captain in crisis situations, and he also managed the station. But there are situations where he wasn't such a good commander. It's just that, and he made a number of difficult choices, even resorting to some tactics which others wouldn't find good. But he did get the job done. 9 at number 8. I think she would do well in either science or engineering. But more specifically, the version of her from Voyager. Because the version of her from Picard is much more bitter, more prone to pulling the trigger finger and vaporizing people, and not respectful towards the dead. Geordi, one of the best engineers that Starfleet has. You may not know it, considering it's more part of the background, but he's responsible for the jellyfish ship that Spock uses in the 2009 movie. And he's also put in charge of the Mars shipyards. Jim Kirk from the original series. Lots of experience in command. I'll also say that it's the movie version of it. Will Riker, first officer aboard the Enterprise D. Definitely a good person to have around, extremely capable. Does take some bad risks. He's more Kirk style, of course. But he can definitely take and give commands. He's a very good officer in that. Also, not so really sure about in Picard or in lesser decks. Worf. He gets thrown around a lot, but he's also one of the only other security we have. At the same time, you have to note that he did a lot of other stuff in DS9 and in TOS. He was sort of a diplomat for House Martok. Spock. Sciences as well as command. How many do we have in science anyway? Put it in here. He's much more grounded, of course. Number 2, we're in the top 3 here. Number 2 is Data, my favorite character from any Star Trek series. I think it was more in operations. We also do engineering. His knowledge was excellent. He was also very curious and able to learn a lot, though sometimes he was compromised. He was definitely a good person to have around. And finally, first place with 95% of his duels won, Jean-Luc Picard, captain of the Enterprise D. And I would definitely agree. Picard is an extremely good commander and mentor towards his crew. He does make a number of difficult decisions, but he's also more of a diplomat than a war commander. So that is that. Now we can go over here, because there are some characters that weren't there before. Like, I guess that's Garak. Eric. And he's kind of more intelligence. But we can certainly add him on here. He's a good person who has to have connections, but sometimes not a good person to have around. Let's see. Yeah, don't really know a lot about her. Naomi Wildman. In Voyager, she's just a kid, but she also has possibilities. And she becomes a good officer. This, I don't recognize them. Admiral. Cork or wrong? That might be wrong. And he's an engineer. Wait, that's Pike. Who is this? Don't know a lot of them. This is Cisco's father, by the way. Q, if he was to be an officer. Definitely not command. Let's put him in tactical too. Extremely capable, of course, being a Q. Next, Una. Wouldn't trust him. The Mud. You. If you could have him, he would be very capable. Wow. This is, well, I'm not really capable of what he would have been capable of as an officer. But Seton basically raised him like a son, and it's unfortunate that he was killed in Picard. Also, who this? That's Quark. Savick, I think? Who else do we got that we didn't get before? That's Magus. Don't really know a lot about her. Get most for this. There's Kira again. I like Martok and Garak, but I can't recognize them from these pictures. I'm pretty sure one of them might be Martok. No, I can't really be sure who. Or is this wrong? He's already an officer of his own. And she was good in engineering, but we didn't really learn a lot about her. Female changing, I think? So really not a lot who weren't already there, I think. So I think we're done there. So let's recap, shall we? Who I chose in here. So in Tactical, I put Malcolm Reed, Kira Nerys, James T. Kirk from the Kelvin timeline, Hawk from First Contact, and Savick from Wrath of Khan. In the command stream, I have Jean-Luc Picard, Benjamin Cisco, Nog, William Riker, James C. Kirk from TOS, Christopher Pike from TOS, Jonathan Archer, Odo, Chakotay, and Una. In operations, we have Data, Chekhov from TOS, Hikaru Solo from TOS, Travis Mayweather from Enterprise, Uhura from TOS, Eric's from the animated series, Mres, animated series, Tom Paris from Voyager, and Harry Kim also from Voyager. Engineering, we have Geordie LaForge, Trip Tucker, Miles O'Brien by Miles, Scotty from TOS, Janice Rand, Belena Torres, Scotty from the Kelvin timeline, knows more but doesn't have as much experience, Reginald Barclay, brilliant but neurotic, Wesley and Sylvia. All three of these are brilliant in their own ways. In security, we have only Tasha, Worf, and Tuvok. They weren't the only ones in security, but they were the only prominent ones. In science, we have Jadzia Dax, Spock from TOS, Ezri Dax, 7 of 9, Paul Stamets, Mycology, Hoshi Sato, and T'Pol from Enterprise, and Saru. In medical, we have Beverly Crusher, Nurse Chapel, the Doctor, of course, Leonard McCoy from TOS, Julian Bashir, and Phlox from Enterprise. In the civilian part, we have Guinan for advice, Catherine Janeway for extra guidance and teaching, Orc for the financial stuff and connections, Deanna Troy, the counselor, and Ilya also has a counselor. I guess second shift. Going back to the academy, we have Simon Rutherford, Brad Boimler, Neelix, Attendee, Rock Tack, S. Oops. That's Boy, not V. Jenkin Pog, Cleveland Booker, Zero, and Dull Rel. So that's not an exhaustive list, but I think it's a pretty good one. And because of that, I am going to save it. Alright, So there you have it. Some officers and who I would want and who I wouldn't want on my ship. Because in my opinion, it's very important that you have people who you can trust and rely upon. I guess I was offline for too long. So, exit that. Anyway, I didn't need that anymore. So, other than that, all that business. I want to do later, perhaps not now, is I will go into Genshin and do some more questing there. Although, I would like to finish up the Raiden stuff, but I don't need to record now. So let me see. I don't need this anymore. Or that. Gonna open up Genshin and try to do some of the quests before I end the stream. Because I haven't done any of the festival stuff, which is limited time, and I'm very certain I should take care of that. But that means that I don't need this. And actually, I should probably change up my music too. Just get a bunch of this. This one's good, I think. Maybe. Let me log in. Now, the primary thing that I'm interested in here is I had started it did the door before it was ready. Anyway, I had started the Raiden quest and gotten partway through it, but then I stopped because I'd run out of time. So we can continue doing that, and then I want to actually do the Ascension test. Because I'm tired of waiting. And I'm tired of trying to collect stuff and not knowing if it's enough. So I'm going to go for it. I guess I should change the stream. Do it first. And okay, and then over here, change theme category. Right. How's my game? Still loading. I've been having Restream open, but it's been frozen. Oh, is it loading? Okay, I shouldn't need Restream. It's still loading though. What's my resin at? Oh, not too bad. Okay, so I'm going to start recording it again. How are you doing, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're going to do some Genshin. My plan is to get the rest of the Raiden stuff, then ascend, and then prepare for the festival. So should not need that anymore. And now I can see my chat too. The other thing is Butao got companionship level 10. So I brought in Clee. Oh, none of that is ready. Also, it's Monday, so that means the weekly bosses are, along with everything else. Yep, those have renewed. So let's go over here and make some stuff for the weekly things. I wonder when's the next time they're going to add more forgeable weapons. Not that I have blueprints of everything, but I have blueprints of some stuff that can help out. Okay, next. I can make one condensed resin. Pardon me, and should still have enough to get the weekly. Because I can't do two, I'm pretty sure. Plus, with the weekly thing being reset, if I did Raiden's first, then it would only cost me 30. And what I've been doing here is I've been systematically going through all of the food and mastering every single one of these. Where's I? I'm sure I'm somewhere here. Ah, here. Not really sure I want to do these because I need those too. And that uses the same thing. have a lot of these. Healing bonus. Well, I have none of them in the first place. Wait, what's his? Oh yeah, suspicious dish. So he does the same thing Hu Tao does. I guess Ayato doesn't do a lot of his own cooking, but then again, when you're in a position like he is, do you really need to? Another bonus. Oh, did I run out? I wasn't even counting as how many I had. But it should be down here, 7. Changes. Oh, special dish. Yep. Okay. It lagged, and so I didn't get it. And that should be 20, but let's make sure. Cooked 20 dishes. It's pretty easy to get the battle pass, and so I'm not terribly worried about that. But I need to go here and equip my usual party.
あなたとの契約を守ります。
Sure, I'd probably go with cousin.
拙者を連れて行くのか?
Oh, and because of the rift falls, go with either Noelle or with Kokomi. Kokomi gives better reactions because she can lead to them. So that's without shield. I think I started with Kokomi before, but I can't really remember him.
一体どこから?
Also, I probably should check how many days I have left on the event. Six days on that. What's this? Oh, the Archon. And this is his. Chasm something else. And I also got to well, this doesn't show the progress that I made. The 12-1. This just shows the previous. But that's where I got stuck. 12-2. I just don't have the power. About 6 days or so, I'll probably quick start that.
手元に葉があるのなら拙者が
Let's do this so that I can use this one. Chasm. This is Ito. This is Ayato. And this
サブエ
is
で
the
一
one that I
曲
want.
奏でよ
We need to unlock Raiden as a weekly boss because she has talent materials for Ayato. This should be close enough. And do the story or whatever, and then Ascension. At least that's my plan. None of you spoke up. You can't convince me this way that you're people and not bots. Unless you are, but I guess it will be up to Twitch to determine that. Because a jump to 45 followers from 20 is definitely appreciated. If true. Alright. So there's where I need to go is somewhere ahead. But it's also below. Go to the cave below the Grand Narkarni Shrine. I don't have enough to level this up, do I? I barely found any since that. So we're below. Somewhere around here. Still shows lower. We're here. I would suspect this. But it still says lower. Or not. I don't have anyone to mine that right now. Back to the party, Noel. Come on, keep up with me. I'm not sure exactly how many more of those I actually need, considering I haven't been making them. Let's see what comes up now. Wasn't there before. Are you alright?
また悪化したような気がします。でも大丈夫です。なるべく早く全てを終わらせなければ。
You know you can
ここ
rely
は
on us
か
for
つて
support.
私が直々に封じたライデン誠の意識空間への入り口。
Your sisters?
どうやら彼女はもう私にこの体を好き勝手使わせる気がないようです。
あ、どういうことだ？彼女って誰だよ？誠のことか？
Pay attention, would you, Paimon?
ついてきてください。
At least she's not shutting us out.
ついていくってどこにってうわー
And now we're forced in. Hopefully this doesn't take too much longer to load. It's always annoying when it does that. It could be better on this. Also, I'm still doing desktop audio. Don't need it for this part. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
頭がクラクラするぞ。ど
Expecting
こか
the
に引
room
き
of
込まれたみたい
Yukame
だ
again.
けど。あ、この場所って。
This is a bit different. But it still looks a lot like the plane of Euthymia.
おい、あっち見ろ。もう一人、A がいるぞ。
I'm expecting
ま
Raiden,
たお会いしまし
the
たね
Shogun.
旅人さん。この身は内なる者の協力者であり規則の守護者。内なる者が規則から逸脱しようものならこの身は修羅と化しましょ
Is that
こ
part of the
の
rules?
感じ。まさか人形の将軍か？
I just
う。あ
call
な
her
たは
the
私
Shogun
の
for
体で属性を
simplicity's sake.
めぐり永遠の身体を掴んだようですね。今の自分の方が過去の自分よりも決意が固く考えが正しい、そう思っているのでしょうか。それは新たな考えを得たから、それとも抗うことのできない摩耗を受けたからですか。それをあなたに答えるために私は来たのです。私たちは無人。今この場における対話は刀を交えることのみ。
Always resorts to battle.
雰囲気が一気に変わったぞ。もう大丈夫なのか？
先ほどの不調は私に体を使わせまいと将軍が抵抗していたからです。彼女が言ったように私が変化する考えを持った時点で彼女は私を敵とみなします。
That's all it
ただ
takes?
意識空間に入れば私は彼女から独立した存在となり干
That's
渉を受けること
comforting,
が
I
なくな
guess.
るのです。将軍は人形ですが自我を持っています。必要な時にここに現れて私と対決するの
So
です。
has this happened before? You've mentioned this before, or this is our system to safeguard against modifications to Eternity?
A はどんな困難があってもやり遂げるって言ってたけど、まさか自分と戦うことになるなんて誰も想像してなかったぞ。A と
Will this
将軍
help?
が戦うなんて。
私が将軍に定めた規則、いえ将軍こそかつての私の理想、永遠の礎であり揺るぎない存在。必要がなければ私は彼女を変えることなどしません。
もう他に方法はないのか？手を出さなくても丸く収まるみたいな。
He isn't someone who leaves herself an escape route.
でも2人とも稲妻のためを思ってやってるのに。
この身は無情なる威厳を象徴し、一国を統べる権限を与えられ、ライデン将軍の一切を凝集したもの。
Why is your voice
当
changing?
然のことながら、エイが前進する中、絶え間なく失われていく苦しみと永遠を目指す決心も受け継いでいます。これもすべて魔網に対抗するため。決心、勇猛、愛母、憎悪、そのすべてが時間という長い川の中で歪み変わっていくのです。規則のみが永遠を保つことができる。
But even rules change.
確かにそれがあなたを作った時の私の考えでした。同時に私が越えなければならない高き壁にもなったようです。あなたは私の敵になるというのですか？私はあなたの過去であり、永久不変の規則であり、永遠の
That
守護
seems.
者。ならば私は市民に夢を与えし、ライデン、エイ。
Okay. Guess it's a fight then.
誇り高く凛然たる亡霊の少女は、その鋭利な牙と爪を断ち切られました。
Wait. We're
たと
playing
え血と
just as
汚れ
a.
が洗い流されたとしても、あなたの刀が以前の輝きを取り戻すことは永遠にないでしょう。 OK です。
I have no healing.
下がりなさい。下がりなさい。ここより弱滅の時。よっ、空に舞う狐の王冠。
Did she just heal
こ
herself?
の雨
Oh no.
地脈が流れ続ける限り、時間の苦しみは終わりません。
元通り回復した。
無我の巨人。
Let's try this again.
逃げ道はありません。ひゅっ。さっ、よっ。稲妻を包む神の魔法は雲の
Doing it
中
again.
で静かに消えるでしょう。この先、
Is there anything
あ
I
の
can
世
do
の
to
中
break
は
that?
永遠に二度と現れないでしょう。その人
She hasn't really done that much
ここより
damage to
弱
A.
滅の時。はっふっ逃げ道はありません。ふっふっはっはっ無力なひゅっはっ
Barrier?
下がりなさい。遅い。裁きの怒り属性を見届けましょう。
Uh-oh.
万来をもって見切りまさります。稲光、すなわち永遠なり。 永遠はなかったのですね。
Okay. I didn't have to attack the Nagatsu.
やっと倒せたのか。
We're ready for a fight.
その武芸、衰えてはいないようですね。しかしその意志はいつまで持つでしょうか。
そんな。
Surely the Shogun puppet isn't invincible.
ここは意識空間。彼女の存在はそう揺らぐことのないものです。
As long
彼
as
女
the
は
mind is,
魔
I
網
guess.
に対抗するために生まれました。意志に関しては彼女は生きとし生けるものの頂点に立つでしょう。当然あなたも私も含めて。
In this case, that's
じゃ
a
あ
bad thing.
この戦いって終わりがないってことか。
よもやそれもありえなくはないでしょう。ですが私は今の私の意志が決して魔網による産物でないことを彼女に証明しなければなりません。私の切り開く未来はきっと魔網にも耐えうるほど偉大なものであると。これを乗り越えなければ将軍の規則を変えることはできません。稲妻も前進することはないでしょう。
Stuck in the past
これは
forever.
私の責任です。たとえこの戦いが何ヶ月、何
Centuries?
年、何世紀、 どれだけ続こうと何度でも私は彼女を倒します。
And what happens outside in the meantime?
500年前、人間は戦うことで自らの力を証明しました。そして今、彼らは願いを頼りに新たな道へ歩もうとしています。まるで古き桜が新しい枝を伸ばすかのように。
Why are you talking about a security?
彼らを信じることを学ばなくてはなりません。
But can you bear to leave humanity go alone, or everyone looks to the Shogun for hope?
はい、分かっています。ですがもし、誠の言った無双こそが正真正銘の永遠なら、将軍のいない主湯など恐るるに足りません。
But what about
稲
you?
妻の果てしない未来のためならば、どんなに長い戦いも永遠の中の一瞬に過ぎないのです。私は稲妻の親民に必ず帰ると誓いました。この誓いはあなたが見届けてください。私のいない間、すべてを巫女たちに任せます。
でもそれじゃあ
私の言葉を伝えてください。
Wait a minute, Abe. We can help. What? No, that's not strictly fair. She needs to fight a version of herself that is resistant to any and all change, and she herself is not. Likely still hasn't gotten over her grief over the loss of her sister, considering what came before. We're pretty much out now, so let's see what else goes on.
オイラたち追い出されたのか。
The visuals come up soon. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we were
どうす
rejected.
るんだよ。本当にエイと将軍をあのままずっと戦わせるのか。
Let's see
ああ
what
す
we
ること
can
で
do.
すか。将軍の規則は変えられないって言ってたけど。でも
There's no physical body anymore and has to rely on the Shogun, but this cannot be the only way.
そうだろう。しかもエイって頑固だから、あそこで壁にぶつかったらそのまま足を止め続けることになっちゃうかもしれない。それに勝負にこだわりすぎて最初の気持ちが薄れでもしたら、もう出てこない可能性だってある。
We're not about to leave her just yet.
エイがこの試練を乗り越えられるよう、前みたいにあいつを手伝おう。エイが中にいる時間を短縮する方法か。それか直接勝つ方法ってないか。何が何でもエイをあのまま中に残しちゃダメだ。でもあの場所にはもう入れないし、手伝うって言ってもまず中に入らないと。
Green juice.
どうしたらいいんだ。
We need to talk
と
to
りあえず
Miko.
そうだ、ミコだ。
We need to talk to her
ミ
anything.
コがあの不思議な空間のことをどれくらい知ってるかわからないけど、もう他に選択肢もない。早速あいつのとこに行ってみよう。
I guess it took us out automatically. I wanted to mine the stuff that were down there.
迷ってらっしゃるなら大臣様に打ち明けてみてはいかがでしょう。また今日ダメ、もう一回行こう。
Hi, Miko. Hope you haven't been teasing Goro too much.
なんじゃその焦った顔は。もしやまたわらわに頼み事でもしに来たのか。何時じゃからよかったものの、もし他のものじゃったら笑顔で迎え入れはしていなかったじゃろうな。
Yes,
笑
one
顔
is
でって
Tegijo.
いつもニヤニヤしてるだろ。
さっきのは上等句じゃ。そうわらわにケチをつけるでない。
Come on, let's get to the point.
ああ、そうだ。大変なんだよ。映画。
そうか。なるほど。A は稲妻を人間に託し、自ら一人でいつ終わるかもわからぬ戦いをしていると。
I guess that's an
頑
okay
固で
song.
極端。自身の意志だけで行動し、わずかにでも力が足りなければ目的を達成できぬ。確かにあやつのやり方じゃ。じゃがあやつは今までずっとあんな風にしてきたんじゃ。一体何の心配をしておるのじゃ。
You rushed into it without thinking. Or this rule is more serious than anything up till now.
焦っておるか。それもそうじゃな。兵は時に子供じみたと
That's
ころ
not the
があ
option I
る。
picked.
それでわらわが手伝えると思ったのか。そのようなこと誰から聞いたのじ
You
ゃ。
did the last time we dealt with her.
とぼけてるんだよな。わざとからかってるんだよな。
ほう、随分と賢くなったではないか。じゃが残念ながら今回のは本音じゃよ。ライデン誠の意識空間についてわらわはほとんど知らぬ。わらわが知っておるのはあれが信用の根本であり、 A の一心浄土とは少々異なるということだけじゃ。
それってライデン誠がいなくなったからか。
完全にそういうわけでもない。空間そのものの性質にも違いがある。じゃがわらわの机上の空論よりも直接訪れた汝らの方が感じ取れたのではないか。
I didn't really feel any
と
differences.
もかくこれらはすべて説明するのも面倒な些細な点じゃ。まずはその空間の入り口に向かうぞ。
Can I teleport us again? No, we have to find our way down. Now we know how low we have to go. It's not that big a deal. And again, it's gonna cutscene us out.
方法はあるにはある。少し姑息ではあるがの。
I always have my ways. It's just a question of how crafty I need to be.
意識空間は何も知らぬ者にとっては非常に抽象的なものじゃ。じゃがわらわはちょうど A の眷属。多
How's
か
the
れ少
person
なかれ
familiar?
あやつの居所を感知できる。言い換えればその場所が空間のどの位置にあるか具体的にはわからぬが、汝を A のもとに送ることはできるということじゃ。
え
抽象的位置？何言ってるんだよ。
理
I
解
don't
し
think
な
the
くても
hows and
よい。
whys matter then.
もっと簡単に言うと、今のあやつの周りにあるすべてのものは混沌に包まれておる。乱流のように無秩序。無理に入れば荒波に飲まれ、時間と空間の中に迷い込んでしまうじゃろう。だからこそ一心浄土に入るときは意識を物体へと宿す方法が一番安全なんじゃ。
We never did that though.
じゃあおいらはやめとくよ。お前たちが行ってきてくれ。
You're not gonna abandon me, are you?
まあ行かなくてもよいじゃろう。 最悪 A を失うだけじゃろうしな。
Oh, doesn't she matter to you?
決意は固まったようじゃな。では汝らを送るとしよう。これは
What is it?
いや、なんでもない。この乱れた感じ、わらわの考えを裏付けておると思っただけじゃ。そうじゃ、空間に入るときは汝の願いを心の中で繰り返すんじゃぞ。
Okay.
抽象空間の巨大な波に飲まれないためには、自らの意識を一定まで高める必要がある。意識を強く保ってこそ、わらわは汝を最も適した位置へと送れるんじゃ。
Understood.
扉が開いたぞ。入るがよい。わらわは外で待機しておる。汝の最後の保険としてな。わらわの神、汝に託したぞ。
Thanks, I guess.
わらわのため、そして稲妻のため、全力を尽くしてきてくれ。
We go.
ミコを信頼していいんだよな。
What, do you think she's done this before? You won't fail, don't
さ
worry.
あ、行ってくるがよい。
And in we go again without skipping a beat. Which level of the weekly boss we get if I don't ascend for? Already been half an hour since I started and it doesn't feel that way. I haven't really done all that much yet. Come on, focus up. Come on. I hate it when it does this. But this isn't a quick time.
意識を強く保ってこそ、わらわは汝を最も適した位置へと送れるんじゃ。
Come on. You seem to miss the better cutscenes. Also, I wasn't Electro when I went to. Come on. Hello, we're back.
どうして？あなたたち一体どうやって再びここへ？それにどうして姿が昔と同じままなのですか？
I don't change, but how many years passed?
この戦い、実に懐かしい。今のあなたの意志はまるで永遠に関する規則を定めた時と同じように固いのですね。
What you
無数
talking
の
about?
戦いの中、あなたは一度も負けることなく、一片の迷いもありませんでした。たとえ私が永遠におけるすべての敵を目の前に示しても、あなたは動じなかったでしょう。それほどまでに規則に従おうとする意志、称賛に値します。
Carrying her own puppet?
あなたこそまさに永遠の守護者の名にふさわしいもの。彼らがこの空間に戻ってきた時、まるで運命に導かれた必然のように感じました。ではこの決戦をもって私たちの500年以上にわたる宿命に終
Wait,
止符を打ちましょう。
500 years?
決
Are they
戦？
talking about?
まさか。旅人さん、下がっていてください。
Are we going to put an end to all this?
私にとっては次の始まりとなります。 雌雄を決するに必要な時は王国
Again,
の
I'm
繁
have to
栄
do
と
this
栄光を
solo.
見届けられるほどに雌雄を決するに使わんとする力は大海を覆し
Dash of HOT, dash of HOD.
雌
Those
雄を決
hands.
するに求めし意志心をつめ無双を転覆せししかしあなたは今なお存在し私は永遠に存在します見切りました
Oh. Oh, that looks
断
bad.
絶
Oh, that's
逃
easy
げ
to
道はありま
dodge
せん
though.
グローゲス
Can't be it, can it?
ここまでです。あなたの勝ちを認めます。あなたは過去を超えることができないと考えていましたが、私の思い違いだったようです。あなたの魂を軽視していました。
I'm not
永
even sure
遠に
what
摩
happened.
耗することのない意志は、結局のところ未来を抱けないのですね。あなたは未来の心配をする必要も一人で前に進む必要もありません。あなたの強さは私が一番よく知っています。私一人の力ではこの決闘の敗者は私だったでしょう。しかし武芸の形と限界は刀を振るう理由によって決まります。私が背負いし者は天候へと向けられた幾千もの眼差し。それを思うたびこの無双の一心が震えるのを感じるのです。まるで誠から受け継いだこの刀が私に気づかせ鼓舞しているかのように私も感じていました。
Visions.
先の戦いの中、それは確かに新しい力を放っていたこと。その力は私の認識をも超えたものです。
I didn't see
これは
anything
誠
unusual.
の刀です。
Maybe
も
I
しかした
should
ら
have.
私が彼女を心から理解した時にのみこの刀は全力で応えてくれるのかもしれません。無双の一心を強く握りしめると彼女と一緒に戦っている感覚になります。馴染みがあるのにそれを知らない感覚。一度も刀を振るったことのない彼女がずっと私のそばにいるかのように。
That one's called Miss Splitter
認めましょう。
Reforged. Okay.
あなたのその新たな意志は摩耗によって生まれたものではない。もうあなたの規則を修正する行為を妨げるつもりはありません。これからもこの身はあなたの協力者です。もう変えることのできない規則を作りはしません。あなたはこれまで私の過去を表す存在でした。しかし今日からはあなたが私です。誠はただ一度たりとも私を武器とみなしたことなどありませんでした。私も
Good
決
deal
し
to
て
me.
あなたを道具とはみなしません。本当に変わったようですね。これが人間のよく言う成長というものでしょうか。
I would call it
わ
so,
かりま
yes.
した。私があなたの影となりましょう。かつてあなたが誠の影であったように、私の行うべき責務に変わりはありません。しかし武者として今後もこのような戦いの機会があることを期待しています。
Using her weekly battles.
勝負そのものについてはまだ不服とそういうことですか？いいえ、ただ今までに感じたことのない
And we can
新しい
spar
感
with
覚
her
だった
whenever we
から。
want.
あ
Just
れは
like
もう一
Angels.
度味わうのに値するものでした。
もう戦いは終わったのか？これで本当に全部終わったんだよな。
What's happening to this one now? So Ishin is glowing. It's a bulb.
こんにちは、エイ。それからこれを見届けている者たち。私はライデン誠。かつて責務を全うすることができぬまま散り、あなたたちにあまたの厄介事を残してしまった前代の来人。誠。私は今とても嬉しいわ。あなたならきっとここまでたどり着けると信じてた。私は無双の一心へとかすかに意志を残しておいたの。あなたがその力を全て発揮した瞬間、私が現れるようにね。
You've been in there the whole
どうし
time.
てこんな回りくどいやり方をしたのか。それはあの時のあなたが自分の考えを信じて疑わず、何も聞き入れようとしなかったからよ。ただ私にはあなたの考えが変わるまで待つ時間がなかった。だからこのような形であなたを待つことにしたの。どうか許して。しかしそんなこと私には一度も。全てが急すぎたのよ。本当にごめんなさい。いきなり稲妻をあなたに託さなければならなくなり、ずっとあなたに悪いことをしたと思っていたわ。あなたが無双に固執しないためにも、もともとこれらの道理は私が順を追って教えていくはずだったのに。あの時カーンルイヤで起こることが分かっていたのですか？ええ、多少ね。どの属性の失勢にとってもあそこは無視できない存在だから。今の私にはもう時間を感知することができない。この再会がどのくらいの時を経たものなのか、そしてその間に稲妻で何が起きたのかわからないけど、
He's vaguely conscious inside the
そ
sword,
れ
I
でも
guess.
私は知っているわ。あなたはきっと幾度となく涙をこぼしそうになりながらとても険しい道を歩いてきた。そうよね。幾度となど私を見くびらないでください。ほら認めてるじゃない。そういった可能性も考えてあなたに贈り物を残しておいたわ。稲妻の苦痛を和らげるためにね。これを受け取って。私の最後の意識が消失する前に。
I remember we
で
taken.
も最も重要な一歩はあなた自身の手でね。
A seed?
光が種になった？
民を守る奇跡の木。今は誰も見たことのない未知の存在。いつ現れるのか、どこで発芽するのか、全てはそれを生みし者の心と夢
Stop
次第。
picking up.
命を授けてあげて、えい。
At least the subtitles are still going.
永遠は時間を無限に引き伸ばし、夢は一つ一つの節目を輝かせる。この二つが出会うことで神王は天理の金庫から解放され、漆黒の中から咲くの。
Free from the
そして
practice of
悪夢は消え去り、現実は良き方へ。私たちの望む光景も依然と先に。残念だけど私は稲妻の未来を見届けることも、あなたと一緒に行くこともできないわ。
Why is my computer like this?
知ってる？レイ。私今とても嬉しいの。最後の願いも叶ったから。あなたのなぎなたは無数の災厄を払ってくれた。ずっとあなたには申し訳ないと思っていたの。些細なお返しだけど、あなたが目覚め新たな出会いを迎えるまで、神王があなたのために時間を稼いでくれるわ。どう？きっともう役に立っているでしょ。今度こそ本当にさようならね。えい。
Disappearing in the past. Come on, show me.
ならまこと。
Ooh, my computer sucks. Of course, it shows the loading screens just fine. Even when the recording, it just completely futzed up. That's no fun at all. It's time in Ava and the different realms is kind of enshrined really evident.
現在の
It's
映
kind
画
of
自らの意識空間に信用を
We
植え
just planted
そ
the
れが過去の稲
seed
妻
for
で
the
発
sacred
芽した
Sakura. But it's been standing this whole time. The A of the present planted the sacred Sakura in the realm of consciousness, and it took root in the Inazuma of the past.
そう簡単には信じられぬ実に奇怪な話じゃ
You're telling me.
これらはすべて
Wibbly
誠
wobbly.
の力です。永遠に関して彼女の理解は私より深いものでした。永遠は時間と密接に結びついた概念です。永遠に触れれば時間の概念が曖昧になります。
I saw wonderful things inside that place. Time was moving forward and backward at the same time.
時間そのものに意味はなく条理によって解釈することも不可能。なるほど。これこそがわらわの感じた乱流だ
This
ったわ
is
けか。
chaos, not turbulence.
もしか
But oh
す
well.
るとナンジラがあの時間に無事戻れたのはそれが原因だったのやもしれぬな。じゃがあの乱れた感覚はもう消えておる。
まだ私も完全には理解できていません。ただ、すべての根源があの種であると私の直感が伝えています。
I didn't click. The strength, higher power, all of this, but whatever the explanation for a solution is what saved us all. What is
もし
Istra?
信用がなければ、稲妻は何百年も前に災いと汚れによって飲み込まれていたかもしれません。
汝が信用に奇妙な感覚を抱いておるのは知っておる。じゃがわらわから言わせれば信用はずっと存在していたんじゃ。昔汝はこの信用が誠の意識空間とつながっていることをわらわに証明しようとしたが残念ながらうまくいかなかった。
I don't know what you're
So-
talking about.
ええ。ですが今わかりました。あの時はまだ信用が植えられていなかったのです。
でもあの木今の姿とは全然違うと思うぞ。
信用はわらわの縄張りに植えられたものじゃ。当然わらわの好みに合わせて選定しておるに決まっておろう。
おい、そんな勝手にやっていいのか？
He was always pulling
冗
the
談
strings.
じゃよ。発芽してから今までこの木は数多くのことを経験してきた。狐が精魂込めて世話してきたおかげで今の形となったのじゃ。わらわと完全に無関係というわけでもないぞ。汝らが空間を離れてから再び入るまでの間時間は少ししか経っておらんかった。なのに内部の戦いはすでに何百年も続いておった。
I was
So-
meaningless, and yet
わらわが思うに旅人汝はわらわの言いつけ通り 自身の願いを心の中で念じておったのではないか。
I was.
あの時わらわは A の居所を感知しておったが、同時に内部の時間の異常にも気づいておった。もし時間もわらわたちの追い求める要素の一つであるならば、位置のみを知っているだけでは不十分。
Yeah, she was only there at certain times.
ナンジラの強い意志によって、その乱流は全ての願いが収束する時間の交差点、最も大きな可能性を秘めたあの瞬間へとナンジラを連れて行った。
What is their version
乱
of
流の方向は誠の影響も受けていたかもしれぬが、A を助けられたのは皆の努力があったからじゃ。今回はナンジラに礼を言わねばならぬ。
もしかしてオイラたちがあの決戦に立ち会えたのは偶然じゃなくて必然だったのか。
the inevitability of fate?
私はもともと空間の外と内で時間の流れが一致していると思っていました。ですので旅人さんが再び現れた時、とても驚いたのです。あの瞬間、私が真っ先に思ったのは、もしや稲妻に大きな災いが起きたのではないかというものでした。しかしあなたが来たのは私を助けるためだった。あなたが来たことで私は最良の結末を迎えられました。お二人ともありがとうございます。私のためにしてくださった数々のこと、しかと
You're very
心に
welcome.
刻んでおきます。
エイ、
Also, I'm
大
back
丈
to
夫じゃっ
you.
たか。
体はすでに回復しています。将軍の意志ももう私と抗うことはありません。
体ももちろん重要じゃが、それよりもわらわは気持ちが落ち着いたかどうかが知りたいんじゃ。誠の意識にあったのじゃろ。
ただ彼女の声を聞いただけで会ってはいません。大丈夫です。少し懐かしいと思っただけなので、私はもう前へ進むと決めています。しかし今回のことで確信しました。誠は本当にすごいですね。彼女はあの時すでに稲妻の未来に起こる数々のことを予想していました。
It's easier if he keeps stuff the same, though.
私の未熟さも全て彼女の計算に入っていました。
Yes,
稲妻が今日を迎えられるのも彼女のおかげです。
Hey, you made a crucial contribution too.
私はただ種を一つ植えただけです。
Your will and hers were both indispensable.
そうだぞ。エイは自分の力で誠の前に戻ったんだから、それだけですごいぜ。
Getting there was the result. The final act might be a simple one, but getting there was the result of countless efforts coming together. Just because the cause and effect ended up a bit back to front doesn't mean you should undervalue HI3
ありがとうございます。
今日ようやく汝と稲妻は何百年も続く影から完全に抜け出せたようじゃな。誠と汝は稲妻にとって不可欠な過去と未来。
あなたからそのような慰めの言葉を聞けるとは珍しいこともあるのですね。素直に受け取っておきましょう。
なんじゃ、これも全部昔の汝が聞く耳を持たなかったからじゃろ。
誠と同じこと言ってるな。
ほう、なら将軍の位にわらわが2日ほど座ってもよいのではないか。
He's not appreciating that.
そんな面倒なこと、やはりごめんじゃな。
冗談はここまでにしましょう。私はこれから数多くのことをやらなければなりません。将軍と共に現在の稲妻をよく観察し、現状を整理し、未来について考えます。そして鎖国を解除します。
Oh. Then that means we'll be open.
ことなんじゃないか。
私はもう静止するだけの永遠を追い求めることはしません。であればこの国を封鎖する必要
Well,
もない
this
で
would
しょう。
make it possible
きっとこれ
for
から
the
稲
festival
妻
to
に
take
は
place.
多くの壁が立ちはだかることになります。
But out of those challenges will be born new opportunities.
それについて私もとても期待しています。
Another loading screen? I'm not exactly enamored of those at this point. Sakura. I suppose I put my camera over my lower it a bit, but it might still block something. Wait, I'm moving the game capture. And maybe down here. I'm trying not to block text. Well, it's not like they're going to be hanging around for long, so let's see what they have to say. Oops. But the challenges.
必然的に様々なものに影響します。利益のみで害がないとは言い切れません。例えば、すでに予測できるものが他国による稲妻の商業への影響です。これは私が次に取り組むべきものとなるでしょう。
A は本当に真面目じゃのう。わらわが今考えておるのは、鳴神お社で入場券を販売するか否かだというのに。
あなたという人はこの先稲妻には数多くの試練が誠の眼差しは常に稲妻の民にありました。それが彼女の責任であると昔の私はそう考えていたのです。しかし今になってやっとその眼差しに称賛と期待が込められていたのが分かりました。責任とは別に彼女はそれを喜びとしていたのです。彼女は人々を愛していました。
過去の人々は眼差しを向けるに値した。
ええ、私はもう彼らの情熱と夢を無視することはありません。この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えて、正直言ってあれは終わりの見えない苦痛でした。果てしない戦いを前にした時、常に精神を研ぎ澄ませる必要があります。少しでも気を緩めれば将軍の刀が私の命を奪っていたでしょう。今までの経験と見聞がなかったら、そして刀に力がこもっていなかったら、敗れていたのは私だったはずです。これについてはあなたのおかげでもありますね。この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えているでしょう。安心してください。もちろん忘れてはいませんよ。天領奉行と社奉行には私から伝えておきます。ただ魔物の脅威以外にも信用から他のものが漏れ出ないかが心配です。
それはまだはっきりとは言えぬ。記憶以外にも地脈には多くのものが入っておるからの。
あなたも当事者なんですから怠けないでくださいね。この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち構えているでしょう。
汝よ、当人の前でふざけたデマを言うでない。この世にはそう軽々しく何度も口にしてはならぬ言葉がある。わらわを裏切ることがどんな代価を払うことになるのかそんなもの知りたくはないじゃろ。わらわの言ったあれは汝とわらわだけの秘密じゃ。
何の話をしているのですか？
何でもない。油揚げが食べたくなっただけじゃ。
この先 稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち
No
構え
other questions. Does Miko have her own set?
この先稲妻には数多くの試練が待ち
Alright, the next thing I wanted to do was Ascension. I will change my party a bit. Not that I don't like Noelle, but I've never done this with John Lee.
何をすればいい？
That's a pretty good party. I guess I could go down.
ベニー冒険団出発！
I haven't unlocked here in the trance domains. End of anarchy thing, yeah. Yep. Well, I can port directly to there. I guess I unlocked Miko's, didn't I? Okay. Pick up the Ascension. Also want to change something here. Do like that. Was successful, so hopefully that did, yeah. Okay. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Oh wait, I claimed the chest here. Does it cost resin? I guess I'll see. It's been a long time since the last time I did an Ascension. So let's see what goes on. And clear the ruins. No hydro, but I'm perfectly fine with that. I could bring Kokomi, but I don't really want to. I think I did the last time without a hydro anyway. Unless I brought Mona. Of course, this is the same thing that we always face when we do these ascensions. Have I ever done this with Ganyu? Probably not. They're only level 80. Oh my. I thought it would give me reviews of what I was to face. Oh, he's not awake yet. Now he's awake. You survived? That's kind of impressive, actually. And you... I'm gonna take the chance you can throw me off. Throw him off, huh? Oh, there you are. You went right through the pillar. Oh no, you don't. Follow me. You okay, dude? Easy peasy. I thought these tests were supposed to give reviews of what you're going to fix, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of that. Girls. Yes, you cannot hide the cat from me. This is the part where you have to glide over those things. Bye-bye. You know who you're dealing with here? Bye. Did the mage survive? George didn't really bring you all that far, did he? Oh, there you are. But since you can see me now, happened to my shield?
Ganzan Hachiku.
I'm pretty sure from the feeling of this that I didn't have Ganyu the last time I did an Ascension. He makes impossibly light work of anything that I face.
Kenyo Banjaku.
風を知れ
I'm so spread apart. I didn't even notice you were there.
仕事は排除するべきですね。
難攻不落。
Good run. They're still alive? Come on.
風の赴くままに踏む借りなく時全力攻撃だ
There we go. Healed a bit. Is this the right way? I'm guessing it is. Must have come in this way, right? This is the only way forward. Ah, yes, the lasers.
行こう
Don't hurt much, fortunately. And I can heal. Please don't lag when I dash.
風の行く先を
Oh, you can fire at me from over there? Well, at least there aren't any archers to freeze me there. Huh? And this is where the mages are, right? Yep. And they've detected me.
風の赴くままにや
天理チョーク
Oh, you are doomed. Is this the last bit? I guess so.
Kenyo Banjaku.
Oh, you're kind of an up version, aren't you? Oh, come on. I was holding it.
難攻不落。はっ。みんなは俺が守れ。もう
ガンオー帝君のために部外者禁止。
剣女盤石。
Oh, that one. No problem. You're not even getting to use your prison version. I'm having less issues aiming this time. Oh. Come on.
剣女盤石。
I am some surprised that I wasn't able to wipe it out in one.
せえ。燃えろ。
There we go. Only 50? I would have thought for sure that I got up to 55. Let's make sure. I mean, I was preparing for 55. But, you know, this is good too. If I'm 50 instead. As long as I can make those I want stronger. But when I went from 25, it made me 35, and when I went from 35, it made me 45. So I thought on the 5s, it would jump every 10. That makes sense, right? It just says 50 now. Yeah, but I still got over 1,000,000 points. So, is the cap now 85 or higher? It is 90. It doesn't matter. What happens with that? Cyclone just dealing 50%. I'm not really sure if that helps. And that's not going to help at all. It's gonna be really slow, isn't it? I don't know if I need the bow for anyone else. It's talents. Let's see how far I can do this. I definitely want our auto attack to be as high as it can be. Oh, 10 is the max. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough of these. I can get more.
Benny 冒険団出発。お前のおかげで。
We want him at level 90. I use him all the time. Let's just try getting my main team up first. To try to take on the challenging. Do that. But I think I want to break for lunch after. Can't really do it, can you? Basically does nothing. I'm already below 40 million again. Up this. Wait, not his weapon first. Wait, what is that?
よう渡り歩けば。
I guess in a way this is better than what I had planned, because AR-55 would be that much more difficult to manage. Definitely his weapon. So many of these, I may as well just use them. Oh, but they each individually do nothing. It's just, with all this up, it'll take less in the long run, I think. It's still level 80. I need to follow the 3-star weapons I don't need. Finally to 82. There we go. Talents. I really hadn't leveled these up at all. Yeah, part of the reason why I have so much trouble. Didn't even get that far.
神の心を手放す。花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが。
I'm not sure if I should level this up as his weapon. Oh. And now it's much faster. What does this level up? Full damage, shield absorption. Yeah, sure, why not? Although I'm sure. Do that. Don't have enough to level this up either. I will of course have to get more. I definitely used a lot of more just now. Alright, shall we go now test things out? I have consciously avoided seeing how this fight goes so that I can experience it fully for myself. Well, I'm pretty sure I have enough adventure XP to take me not just to AR 55, probably to 58 as well. But I'm obviously not prepared for that as far as my resources go. So I'm going to wait a bit. So I did not expect the game to stop me at 50. Makes sense from a preparation standpoint, especially if the characters are already as powerful as they're going to be, or they have access to full powers. But let's see how this goes. they don't make any suggestions. But I would have had to do this one instead. Let's go for full. And this time we didn't have to worry about the Vision Hunt Degree ability, which cuts off abilities. So we can just sort of go all out, I guess. Nagatsu Mitake no Kami no Mikoto will continuously absorb ominous destiny and will gain more upon hitting characters. When ominous destiny is filled up, she will enter the baleful Shadow Lord form. While she's in the form, active characters will lose elemental energy at intervals. Nagatsu Mitake no Kami no Mikoto will gain great damage resistance and deal more fatal attacks. Use the appropriate elemental attacks to disable this form more quickly and obtain energy in the process. I don't know what those are, but I guess we'll see.
遅い。風の行く先を万来をもって葬り去りましょう。もみちば散らまくを。
お下がり禁止。
この目で属性を見届けましょう。
次の仕事は
Oh, that thing.
来光よ、永遠の土を照らす。
Where'd he go?
全力攻撃だ。せい。風を知れ。
この身こそ永遠なり。まだ。
I meant to go to him.
剣女盤石。燃えろ。
断絶。
Where were you aiming at?
グドンです。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。剣女盤石。天理チョーク。
永劫に
部内者禁止。
Oh, I don't have Electro.
契約はまだ終わっていない。
難攻不落。
断絶。
燃えろ。風の行く先を。
戦時の戒
Why
め。
didn't it suggest that we bring Electro? Can I attack
エネル
those?
ギー補充が
Whoops.
必要です。
I forgot she was low health.
難攻不落。風を知れ。
That's on me, unfortunately.
断絶。
This is on you.
全力攻撃だ。風の行く先を。や風雲の行くごと。天道ここにある。難攻不落。みんなは俺が守れ。
She's taking damage in
無力
the stages.
我が命の
赴くままに。
この世はまるで影のよ
岩山八九。
う。雷鳴。
風を知れ。
主湯の方へ。
いざ。
activate the special illusion.
風よ 燃えろ
That took my
はっそこだ行こ
この世はまるで影の
う剣女盤石
裁きはすでに下りました。
それ
無念無双一刀断絶。
いざし
この身こそ永遠なり
風の行く
邪魔者も
She's investing
断ち切りました。
全力攻撃だ燃えろ
愚鈍です
散らまく岩山八九
断絶
the shield.
愚鈍です
風の赴くままに
邪魔者も
足らず
断ち切りまし
難攻不落みんなは俺が守れ
永劫に伏せ
I don't have a shield. Or-
イカズチの
Oh, I don't have a shield in now. Let's guess who'd
風を
survive
切
instead.
るいざ
戦時の
冒険
戒め
起死回生の一撃俺の得意分野だから任せろ
Oh, that's it.
召喚結晶
風の行く先を行こうよっはっはっいざ
Can't
断
feel
絶
like that.
次の仕事はついていきます
I should take her back down to normal.
風の雲の行くごと風をし
この仕事は排除するべきですね稲光我が命のもと
You have
この
your
世はまるで
attacks.
影のよ
せい
召喚結晶主湯の方へ
Ooh.
Yeah!
いざ
雷鳴
風の行く先をこれ
部外者禁止無念無双すべてを無へ
誠に遺憾なり
召喚結晶
Did she die too?
断絶し
That is a wide range attack.
愚鈍です
Oh, I got Benny back. What? Why isn't she healing?
永劫に伏せついていきます 契約は
Can't dodge it.
まだ終わっていない
くらえ
戦時
よ
の
し出発だ
戒め
Can't even get close.
く 不出来な団長だな。
I need an electro for this. Really didn't recommend an electro. Let's try it again with one. Oh, that was interesting, but ultimately disappointing. No, I don't know if she has a stage after that. If she just goes back and forth between her super mode and her normal mode. But she's got a lot of strong attacks we just didn't see in the story. Or, which didn't really affect things because I had an electro. And only an electro. Let's go get these guys healed up. Stuff. So the question is, who should I bring in? I can bring in Jin. I could bring in Nico. Or I could bring in A. Geki might be the most useful here.
私についてきてください。
So for now, I will keep her at... Is she using the catch? Yeah, probably. I'll keep her at level 80.
ベニー冒険団出発。
I don't really need to go to the map for this, but I will. I need electro attack often from her for that seed thing. But it will work. For that, make sure that my revival food properly loaded, because I'm almost certain that oh. Okay, there's still some. Guess I could have used Dream Solvent to make the drop from her, but I don't particularly want to, of course. This is unfortunate I didn't read the fact that I needed an electro from the actual mission. Here we go. Gain more from hitting. You will enter the Bellpulse shadow. Character will lose into energy. And gain great damage resistance. And deal more fatal attacks. I wish it would say what you actually needed. She's already pretty resistant to multiple attacks.
見切りました暴力この世はまるで影の
岩山八九
滑稽無力下がりなさい
部外者禁止。
主湯の方へ
燃えろ
Huh?
無我の境
Let's see if I can break it.
全力攻撃いって
裁きはすでに下りました
冒険だ
無念無双すべてを無へ
難攻不落
この身こそ永遠なり愚鈍です
いざ天天同地
断絶
I have no shield.
燃えろ
お触り禁止。
剣女盤石
永劫に
俺が守れ
ヒュッ逃げ道はありません邪魔者を断ち切りました
剣女盤石
見切りました
全力攻撃だ燃えろ
戦時の戒め
Try to get behind her.
燃えろ剣女盤石
Wow.
私が
逃げ道はありませんやっ
Oh, good. She didn't actually die.
断絶
みんながそばにいる
無論です
傷なんて痛まない
関係者元王帝君のために
天理チョーク全力攻撃だ
見切りました
お触
無力
り禁止。
You still have a shield.
遅い
岩山八九
関係者
燃えろ
Sorry, did I interrupt?
天道万象
この目で属性を見届けましょう
Did you attack it?
燃えろ
部外者禁止。
遅い
みんなは俺が守れ
Of course, he just had to get out of range of that.
大丈夫です。
この身こそ永遠なり愚鈍です
関係者瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
断絶あなたを切り裂きましょう
剣女盤石
Come on.
永劫に伏せ
Oh, it's the big slash. That's what it is.
剣女盤石
裁きの雷戦時の戒め
燃えろ。岩山八九天理チョークくらえ。みんながそばにいてくれれば傷なんていた。
関係者
What the?
ついていきます。
断絶
That would hurt.
愚論です
Come on. Press the button.
天道万象。
Should have taken his back down so long.
全力攻撃だ。
Oh, the music changes
こ
with
の
the
仕
phase.
事は排除するべきですね。
That's
部
kind
外
of
者禁止。
剣女盤石。天道ここにあり。
隠れる術はありません滑稽です見切りました稲光すなわち永遠なりそこ裁きの雷この目で属性を見届けましょう
燃えろ。みんなは俺が守れ。
I missed.
終わりです。
難攻不落。
Just in time. Oh,
来光よ
there too.
永遠の土を照らす
いや。くらえ。
I only need to take out one.
この身こそ永遠なりよし愚論です
天理チョーク。
断絶愚論です
Oh,
関係者
just so that
Nigemichi
that
wa
too,
arimasen.
she stopped the energy.
みんながそばにいてくれれば傷なんて痛まない。
永劫に
剣女盤石。
見切りました裁きの雷
霹靂戦陣。
断絶
I did not get a shield.
愚論です
部外者禁止。
Oops. Good thing it
戦
didn't
時の
that time.
戒め
関係者次の仕事はついていきます。
Come on.
愚論で
Really?
イカズチの
隙あり。
I think I saw that, but
次の仕事は
みんなは俺が守れ。くらえ。
願王帝君のためにお触り禁止。
天道万象。剣女盤石。
ここより弱滅の時無力形成そこ終わりです逃げ道はありません無力なる滑稽です
岩山八九。
遅いこの目で属性を見届けましょう
燃えろ。難攻不落。
関係者
遅い
ついてい
I mean,
天道ここにあり。
来光よ永遠の土を照らす
冒険だ。くらえ。はっ。隙あり。はっ。
遅い
全力攻撃だ。
oh, come on. Although I guess it was fairly obvious
この身こそ永遠なり
attacking with that.
難攻不落いざ
邪魔者も断ち切りましょ
She just sacked it right on time.
難攻不落
う見切りました無我の邪魔者を断ち切りましょうよし
みんなは俺が守れ燃えろ
永劫に来て次の仕事は逃げ道はありません
See if I can do a little bit of overlap. But it's already gone.
部外者禁止
難攻不落
愚論です
A bunch of interesting attacks.
見切りました戦時の戒め
It's
ミスした断絶お下がり禁止裁きの餌づち
come on.
難攻不落全力攻撃だ
風雪の縮図見切りましたここより弱滅の時永遠はなかったのですね
It was hard. I used a lot of my healing foods. I'll have to remember about that. Oh. Apart from the crit rate being low, that's a pretty good artifact. The puppet joint obtained from the planing of Amia, the gesture here symbolizes the conflict of one sees and one does. Even now that she has become a calamitous deity, she can still utilize such transcendent gestures, her sword flashing forth as swiftly as her eyes may see. Yet, as countless disasters ground on far too long, the Buffalo General Shell had to embrace a new spell. Small piece of headgear obtained. Once the dust settles, one thought may end all calumny, and there will always be thoughts that may transcend time. Amid all this, one wonders if Makoto's true meaning was successfully communicated or not. Of course, I get no prototype. No weapon prototype. Anyway, I'm hungry. So I'll have to work on my characters' levels and everything to get them ready for AR 55. Now that I'm AR 50, I can see certain things about it. And in case I do, hope that you enjoyed what you saw. You can, of course, check out my YouTube, where I have VODs, more gameplay, model building, and reviews. You can like, comment below what you thought, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications. You can check out my Twitch and drop me a follow. I would greatly appreciate it, and you'll get notifications for when I go live. So, yeah. Let's see who I can drop a raid on. Let's raid Shy Lily, one of my favorite new VTubers. So thanks again for watching. Until the next stream, video, or whatever, please do stay safe, stay healthy, and remember to be excellent to one another. Catching up with me. Let's see you in the next video, stream, or whatever, as I said before. Bye.